Okay, folks, we're going to try to get started here. Um, we may still be having some encoder issues, so I'd hope to run a little longer tonight, but this might interfere with it. We'll see. We'll see. But in any event, welcome to the broadcast, everyone. I'm newtmechanist, and tonight we are going to be continuing our game dev project here. Hopefully, we're going to make some progress. We'll see how it goes. Sorry, distracted. Slightly distracted. Let's check in with the kitties. We do have Ember and Sky across from the keyboard, and we have Sammy and Mason sitting on the bed. No sign of Sherbet. He might be under the bed or somewhere nearby, not quite visible at the moment. If you notice, I did change some of the camera zooms to give us a little bit more of a POV on the cats. So there's a bit of a wider angle with the one with Ember and Sky, and the tree that's more. We'll see how that works out. Yeah. Let's check a couple of other things here while we're at it. Again, early start today. I do want to try to make up some ground. Welcome, Kimova. Welcome. We are just getting started, a little bit slowly, but we are getting started. We are about to jump into some coding here. What's this one? Well, welcome to the broadcast then. Right now, well, we do a variety of things, but one of the things we're working on is a game development project. So we have Godot engine with some GD script here. Today we're gonna try to work out some bugs in how the projectiles are being generated. The screen, I think you're on tall view, so for you, the top of the screen is my cats. The middle of the screen, the middle of the screen is what I'm looking at. So it's zoomed way out right now, but we're trying to get the little projectiles to work properly. And we can see some of them still aren't. So let's zoom in so you can see that more properly. So that's working, but this little guy shouldn't be hanging around. And I think that's got to be part of our problem. Hey there, Dominique. This is the editor for the Godot engine, and the code is in GD script. GD script is the scripting language specific to the Godot engine. You can use C# libraries for this, but it's not. What would it be? It's less efficient for some things and more efficient for others, and I wanted to learn another language, so here we are. Let's see, in movement at 15. Let's get that debug statement out of there. We don't need it any longer. Well, good luck with that, Dominique. let's see. Okay, so what we're working on here, what we've been working with is we're making a very modular system for how things move and target. A little louder than it normally feels, so let's tick it down a little bit. Maybe some settings are messed up with my music, but turn that down just a bit. So what we've got with that little projectile there, it's body, it's pool type. Oh, it's got to look at its spawner. So I've created a series of like templates that say this is something that spawns this other thing. So we're making a survivor style game, which is going to mean lots of like little weapons and creatures showing up in large numbers. So I've created a template for object that makes other objects appear at a frequency kind of thing. So then we have our movement. So first it selects a random direction. Then it's going to select a random creature to target. And then based on what it's got, it's going to move in a straight line. So that is breaking down. Let's see. Hey there, Smiley and Vanessa. Welcome back, folks. We're trying to work through the bugs here. I thought we had this working last time. Oh, we don't have a position modifier, that's why. Okay, we're gonna cut you down to 1 extra projectile. One of the difficulties with teaching coding is it's kind of like learning languages. It's a very different thing reading it from a book and from a rubric than it is actually practicing it. And I'm showing you the code that I am writing and what I intend to do with it, but that's very different than learning the why of what I did, you know? I can explain that, but that's an experience thing. Okay. Without the position mod, we're still getting some that are just sitting still. Let's put that position mod back in there. No, it's in there. Okay, what did we break last time? Well, this is troubling. Something's not quite right. So 1, the position modifier isn't firing. So let's look at our spawner. Okay. Go through our sequence here. So these are the spawners. These create the little enemies. They create... Oh, wait. Before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let me go into single blob spawner, and we're going to have you start spawning real fast. Okay. When there isn't a mob target, it doesn't work right. That's where our problem comes in. So the transition between... Yeah. So you see how it just held still? That's when there was no mob target. So we've got to figure out how to correct that. The random direction one isn't handling it properly. Okay, so if we look at... Let's close everything else here. A lot of this is stream of consciousness. Don't worry about interrupting me or something like that, folks. I keep an eye on chat. I will inevitably miss something if you see me really home in on the code. But I'll try to go back and find out what I may have missed. It is not a... Well, some things I will deliberately ignore if you cross into the wrong kind of chat. But yeah, it is a conversational stream. It is a relaxed stream. So feel free to chat and ask me questions. Yeah, Kimova, the tendency for folks to copy paste goes all the way into the professional space. It's one of the reasons that I'm always really leery whenever somebody says there's an open source package for something. Because on the one hand, they probably mean, why should I reinvent the wheel? There is a community out there that has created this tool and it works. But on the other hand, what that often can be translated to, especially if somebody in leadership has asserted it, is we don't want to pay people to make a solution that we then have to maintain ourselves. We're going to just assume that it's free for us to take it and that it will be working forever and it will never need to be maintained. One of those is good, but usually the other one is true. The second one is true as often as not. Okay. All right, let's walk through this, make sure we're remembering. So we're creating each one of the entities. In the case of the projectiles, we're creating each of the 30 projectiles that are going to fire here. We're not going to use 30 for our test, but we're using 30 as a boundary test, as a stress test, to make sure that the logic actually functions when you're dealing with a whole lot of things at once. So we're going through and we're saying, okay, how many count modifiers do I have? And in the spawner, where is it? I had that. The homing mouse. So if we look, I have one size modifier. This is a count. This is the count modifier, I should say. And it says add 29 projectiles. To have multiple, I could have, 2 for 10 and 1 for 9 to get the same effect, which I should actually test. We'll do 1 for 20 and 1 for 9. But in any event, it adds them up. Just a moment. A little bit congested. I had some college education on it. That varies a lot. The thing that really does it is once you have the basics down, it is a matter of working on increasingly complex things. And that's what classes are teaching you, if you're taking them, is increasing complexity and how to wrap your brain around moving towards a solution, and ideally a solution in a maintainable fashion. So something that you can go back at the code and say, this is what this does and why it's doing it that way. Assuming it all works. You can get into some trouble as far as where did I put it? There can be some problems as far as people trying to teach it as memorization of language concepts. Like, this is precisely how it works in that language, and you need to be able to regurgitate that information, is less useful than saying, this is how this kind of sorting algorithm works and why you would or would not use it. Those kind of things are much more useful to be able to have in the back of your mind. But how to do a particular statement, like what kind of format you need to use, internet exists. You can look that stuff up. Like, this has built-in help documents. You use those. If you're used to it enough that you've got it memorized, great, but don't think you have to know the language perfectly to start. As far as game development specifically, this is the first time I've actually sat down to really try. I've had some, like, very lightweight pokes with things like RPG Maker in the past, but those never really got to the layer of really coding. Using RPG Maker on the surface, you can get way more complex with it, but on the surface, it's much more of just a scripted sequence kind of thing, as opposed to actually coding anything. Okay. So we add them up, and now we're spawning them. Create the body. Really. Well, thanks, Kimova. I appreciate the compliment. And get some rest. It's important. Hey there, Okaneki. Welcome. And Ace, this stream is a coding stream. We are working on my Survivors game here. And right now, what we're trying to figure out is why when there isn't a creature to target, we get this problem here. I'll show you. It takes 20 seconds for a blob to spawn. That's right, fool. So without a monster target, it does this. The siblings are not moving and only the first one is flying. That's wrong. It's not supposed to do that. Which means there's a breakdown. Where are we going? Where are we going? There's positions. So we're generating all of the bodies. Then we take the first one and we say, this is your movement pattern. We take the local target object, which we created up here. We create a new one for each batch. I don't know if I said, but hello, Okaneki, Ace, and Fool. Yep, we're working with some Godot, or Godot, or Doot, or there's apparently like a whole bunch of ways for that people have said it. The only point of reference is, I think, one of the kind of the founding folks referenced a play that is like, I can't remember the actual name of the play, but it's, something Godot, like a name Godot. But past that, it's one of those words that has, or one of those names that has become however people say it, ideal use case, but just a moment. Hey there, Rabilio and Daniel. Welcome, and we're doing some coding. I'm a little bit congested today, it would seem. But otherwise, we are currently... Yes, I am. Yes, I am. We're doing some game development. We're trying to work out a bug. So, these projectiles are supposed to do this. In that they're locking on to an enemy that appears. And they fan out. Like, it essentially says, okay, the first one goes this way, and then all the others are in a 180-degree spread off of it. They will hit coincidental targets, but the problem is when there isn't a target, and we say it takes 20 seconds for a blob to appear. So then we go in and watch, and the default is supposed to be a random direction, but none of the others are moving, which is weird. Because the first movement template should be random direction. Don't worry about it, Rabilio. This is largely a chill stream. It's going to be a bit of a stream of consciousness as I'm talking through stuff. If you do know anything about what I'm doing, feel free to chime in if I may have missed something or I seem to be stuck. This isn't a game, so you don't have to worry about... Well, we're building a game, but we're not playing a game. So you don't have to worry about spoilers. That was the test there, Daniel. By putting it at 20 seconds, since there isn't an enemy present for those 20 seconds, when every 2 seconds it fires something, each one of these times it fires, it doesn't have a target for an enemy. Which means it should be defaulting to... straight line, random direction. It should be defaulting to this. Eventually, Rebellio, once we get it done, once we're to a stage where... So right now we're in kind of pre-alpha. We're just coding things. We're making things work. And there isn't really a game at this point. Eventually we're going to reach a stage where there is kind of a game, but concepts of it aren't ready. That's when we're going to be starting to flesh things out a little bit. Actual menus, that kind of stuff. Eventually at that point, we're going to be probably reaching out to some people in the community to give it a poke, see if they have any thoughts or find any immediate bugs that I haven't seen. Then you go into something like betas, where the game is largely finished but maybe buggy. And then public. Until we get into probably that beta stage, I'm not going to be thinking too much about actual distribution. Because we're a ways out from that. Okay. So we can assert a target. One of them is storing a target, though. Oh. This might be part of the problem. No, it has local target. It has local target. What's your question, Rebellion? Just local target. Weird for it to be set target later. It's kind of irrelevant. Fire away there, Rebellion. Fire away. So it says your target. It's a random direction. Subsequently, that's our issue. Audio fixed now? Huh. Still don't know why that happens. Like, at some point, the sound devices, like, flake out. Have to try... We'll have to see. I'll try piping some stuff differently one of these times. Hopefully it wasn't doing that the whole time. In any event, hey there, Tess, welcome. Puzzling out why the random direction code doesn't work. So we have our local target, and we have our target set. I might have to move target set into something else here. It's going to be passing the target object down and down and down. Hey there, Colin. Feel free to ask your question, Rebelio. Could be causing this. So each time we pass the target object down, when we're doing calculate target. Yes, Rebelio. I stream in 2 different places on YouTube. There is a horizontal view and a tall view. It's the same channel. It's that the tall view is very likely to be recommended to people, it would seem. So if you folks want to see the wide view, there is another stream for that. we're going through, we create all of the movement templates. Okay, we've got a new movement object. We create them all. We set them in. Okay. So on YouTube at newtmechanist, there should be 2 different streams running right now. So if you go to my channel, there should be 2 streams live right now. Got the movement. We add the movement to the child and also to the body of it, so the movement exists in 2D space. Okay. Then we have that body move. So we've generated all the bodies. We have the first body move. No worries there, Rebelio. That is 2 cats, Ace. The one being laid upon is Ember. That camera is also jammed. 1 minute. The one being laid upon is Ember, and the one laying upon her is Sky. Let's just take a moment here. Yeah. Sherbet is still hiding somewhere. Not sure where he's gotten off to. No, folks, I'm going to do a quick cat check. I'm going to be back in just a moment. And verify that he hasn't he hasn't hidden somewhere weird. Ah, that found him. Settling back in. So, you can see Mason is looking off to the side at the moment. That's where Sherbet is. And Ace, if one of the cats was going to vent, it would be Sherbet. He kind of skulks around. Have to tune that. But anyway. So originally, Sky was laying on Ember, but camera 1 is prone to jamming, and it seems to be really jammy today, so I'm going to switch over to camera 7. Well, it's a decent opportunity to hear some of the thought process that goes on, Rebelio, both the technical sense of how I'm laying some stuff out and potentially, my thought process for why. But you'll also get to see the standard, mental life cycle of programming. Everything from the original thought processes to something not working in any fashion and having to fix it, and then finding out that it was something really simple that you shouldn't have overlooked. And why are the cameras all misbehaving? This is weird. Camera 7, you're supposed to work well. Camera 7 is supposed to be reliable. What's going on, Camera 7? Yeah. How odd. Well, unrelated to code debugging happening just a moment here. Seven is definitely there. Perhaps one too many nested layers on this, but odd. So what's going wrong right now is that camera 7 is misbehaving, and it's weird that it's doing that. I only have cats, Ace. Only cats. Zero. What? I can't help. Hey, I think it's behaving now. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe. There we go. At the moment, at least the working name of the game, much in the same fashion that the Nintendo 64 was Project Dolphin. This is Nyanite Survivors, referencing the new name of the little creature in the middle. That is correct, Drew. We are really early today. Trying to make up some ground. We've missed we missed a coding stream earlier this week, so I think something along those lines. Anyhow. So we go through. We set the target object in target direction from the first movement, which should give us okay, but that's the end target. That's the endpoint target. Should still work, though. So it's going to get the target object in the target direction. Random direction, when it calculates its target, which is going to happen the first time, target is not set, so it's going to set it to a randomly rotated, like 360-degree random rotation. It'll set local target. It'll say that its target is set, so it won't do this again. And it returns its local target. So then movement is next going to call random mob. Calculate target. This should be the target that has arrived from the first one. So it'll have its random direction. Its target's not set. It's going to look for a mob. It's not going to find one. Hey there, Patricia. Welcome to the broadcast. We're trying to work out a bug in our movement code. This particular movement code, I think the overall logic is sound at the moment. Rebelio, this is GD script. It is... I can't really say it's got more in common with some of the other scripting languages, your JavaScript, your Pythons, that kind of thing, than it does with like C. In fact, it's really far away from C. Closer to Java. Well, it exists closer to Java. C is an excellent language for learning the low fundamentals, like the skeleton of modern programming can be learned in something like, well, I'm going to say C++ because C is just brutal. You'll learn the fundamentals. In most applications of coding, you don't need the power of something like C++. Yes, Unreal Engine uses C++, but I think that just reinforces the point, is that Unreal Engine is also a brutally powerful coding and graphics engine for games. So if you don't need that power, maybe don't pick that tool out of the box. I mean, that's why platforms like Unity and Godot are still so popular. In fact, Game Maker, RPG Maker, all of those, because they are lightweight and do a lot of lifting for you. That doesn't mean they're bad tools. That means they're simpler tools. There are things they can't do, and there are things that they can do just fine. I'm sorry. There are probably things that they can't do as easily. You got to put in more footwork to get to the power of some of the big tools, but maybe you don't need that particular functionality. I think there's a channel that said it pretty well. It's that first come up with your idea and how it will be presented. Then you decide which engine and tools you're going to use to accomplish that. Because if you start with unless you are setting out to learn. If you're setting out to learn, you can use whatever tools you want. Get in there, try it out. It's one of the best ways to do it, if not the best. If you're taking a project and you're saying, I want to do this thing, then it's a good idea to figure out the capabilities of the various options and pick accordingly. So we're not going to get one of these. So if I put this here, this should not happen. I'm sorry, it should be here. Yeah. So until 20 seconds have passed, we won't hit that piece of code. And once the target is asserted, like that, it's like this can't take effect because the target has been asserted already. This has been overridden. I think we should always return local target, though. Hello, man. Oh. Okay, no. This feels overcomplicated. Hey, Nightmare, we're making a game. In particular, we're trying to figure out why this game that we're making is doing this, which is wrong. We want it to spread, Rebelio. That's kind of the problem. Like, it's supposed to spread, and this pile of projectiles here is not supposed to be there. That might just be one projectile, but either way, not working. Should always just return local target. Oh, okay, but local target won't be set. Until either this happens or this happens. That's why we have this logic. Hey there, Alex and Nightmare. Welcome. Welcome to the broadcast. This is a coding stream. So there's going to be a lot of me talking about what's going on, what is not working, and how I'm going to try to fix it, and potentially how I failed to fix it. But that means I also have plenty of time to chat and answer questions and the like, so feel free. Once this is called, that doesn't matter. Once this is set, that doesn't matter. So we're having a difficulty in the transition from this logic, which says if I don't have a target, and this will be called, I go in here. So first time we try to fire, we go in, we get a random direction, we set the target. Now, we haven't set target object. That's still null here. So we set our local target, and we return our local target. But that should then go through this. That target is going to be carried along, and it's going to arrive here. And that. This one doesn't have a target set yet. It brings in that target. This is a type of targeting. It doesn't care what it has received. It has its own thing to do. So it says, okay, I haven't set the target. I'm going to look for an enemy to fire on. It's not going to find one. It takes 20 seconds for the enemies to appear. Here, I can show you what the difference is in that scenario. Single blob spawner, where are you? There we go. We're gonna do 6 seconds. So 1, 2, 3. Should be one coming now. Oh, no. Why? Did blobs not get updated? One, 2, and the third one will either have a target or will... Okay, that shouldn't have happened. That shouldn't have happened. Did you see them all redirect? I think that's part of our problem. So 1, no mob target. No mob target. No mob target. Still no mob target. Why are there no blobs? Oh, there's a blob. Ah, that's because these are actually intercepting the blobs. They're moving straight at the blobs. Yeah. When it actually has a blob target, it does this spread. So there's our problem. Well, that is the problem we are setting out to solve. We have not identified the actual problem. Got the directions set. Oh. No, I think I know what's going on. This is an object. This is a pass by reference. When we return this, that's a problem. Okay, we are going to go into our movement template. We ran into this before. This tripped us up before. Recognizing pass by reference and value is something that you should do. It's easy to miss. That's part of the problem there, Alex, is that some of them just aren't functioning. So let's see. We're going to try to get past this particular part here. It has its own local target. So the problem is, this is an object, which means anytime I pass this into something, like I return it, I'm returning this. I'm not returning a copy of it. I'm not handing them a copy that has the same values. I'm handing them the original one. So if subsequently, say this function goes in and says, hey, I found a target, I'm going to set it. Suddenly everything that's using that target, it changes. There's the spreading should work. There's also the flow of movement should work. So what we want to do is we want to get... We want to always return a copy of the object. So I'm going to go into movement template. The direction should work. Object is fine. We shouldn't really need get direction because we can do get target. So our target as a target is equal to target.new target object is equal to local target. Let me condense this. We need to condense this because we still want to be able to manipulate this from within the object. So a getter setter is not useful. Checking movement. Template. I'm checking to see if this function is vestigial or not real quick. Let's brute force it. Did I break it? Um, we can... that's what this is supposed to do, Rebelio. It is a series of targeting decisions. The first one is random direction. The second one says, try to find an enemy target and aim at that. If it can't, it's not going to change the target. It's going to return what it got. Random direction isn't going to care what you give it, like in the chain. It's going to say, well, my target is a random direction. If it's set, it obeys what it's set. All of them obey what is set to them. So I can probably move that up. We'll have to see. But at the moment, random mob and random direction just obey what they're given. Target. Target is equal to that. Target direction. Yeah. Force its direction to that. Don't need change direction. You want to set target. We're being very roundabout in this sequence. Yeah, the last part is movement direction, is to move in a straight line, which implies that the subsequent ones have their whole target reset. That they have a direction of nothing. Or I'm sorry, of the nothing equivalent of a vector, 0, 0. So they're not going to move. So we get that mob body. We're getting the movement template out of it. We're getting each of the targets, and we're adjusting them. Yeah. The only time set target should be done is when we want to forcibly override it like that. So I now should be able to remove that. And that. We'll get there eventually, Rebelio. We'll get there eventually. Okay, well, this isn't... Okay, so random direction is now totally not functioning, but that's actually a little better. I'm going to say that's better because it's not inconsistent. Okay. Now, in movement template, let's look at these where we're saying, so set target just sets this, but we might have scenarios where it's going to ignore this. But we'll see. At the moment, this seems universal, so we're going to take set target. We're going to take target set and move it up to movement template. We'll remove it from the local ones, since all of them are using that at the moment. I don't know that they will, but they are. Then we take set target, and we move that up to movement template, or target set. This is, we have a class inheritance we have a class inheritance model going on. So a movement template is a way to move or target. So it has a target. A target object has an a entity like a enemy or a bullet. It has a target and it has a direction. So a movement template has a target like that, and it has whether the target has been set. You can forcibly set the target, and it will accept that. It will override any handling for that. This is where I want to work with next. Return local target. It should not operate that way. We need a pattern for getting a copy. Target copy as a target. I wonder if there's a way to override equivalency. Here. Approximately equal. That's not what we want. Okay, we're going to assume that we can't for now. Channel point stuff, Ace? Some time ago, I was Twitch affiliate, and I did channel point stuff. It has been a long time since we've done that kind of thing. In theory, I could make my own. I'm using a bot program that handles stuff like that. So I could do things like that, but at the moment it's much more of chatting, in interaction like that. That doesn't mean I won't in the future, but I would need to set some time aside to make that a priority. Set to be new, target copy, target object, local object. If you look at some of my really old shorts on YouTube there, Ace, seamless plug, watch my old shorts, we played a game called Noida. And I had built a mod in that to do a bunch of very customized, like, handcrafted interactions. A better idea. Where is my target object? We're not using this at the moment, but curious. Target object here has special handling. It has a getter setter, so if you reference it at all, it goes through this. The reason that this getter, and really that these exist at all, is because of this right here. We're using a target object which usually will represent an entity in the space of the game world. So, like, this little dude here is an entity in the game world. It is a node. If it is a node that exists in the world, you need to be doing this. Because if you put it in a line of code at all, and that object has been freed from the world, it has been removed from the space of the world, this will fail badly. This, just putting it in the line of code will make that line of code fail. So we've got to reference that. That's why this has like a bubble. Right, Alex. It's if the object still exists properly, if an object of the identifier referenced here is valid, it'll give you that. It'll give you that. Otherwise, it's going to give you nothing to make sure you don't try to touch it. This is the only, from what I found, the only safe way to reference an invalid object is you have to do that first. Function copied. Target. Sherbet has come to join me here. Yeah, exactly. That's why this has like special wrappers here. That's right, cats. We are early today. We started early to try to make up some ground. We've missed some coding streams, so want to keep the momentum, you know? So each of my cats has a different way that they like to come and get attention. Ember will sit across from the keyboard a majority of the time. Like, that's her spot. Let's see if I can show it. Will camera 1 behave? Let's see. That's Ember's spot. This is her favorite spot. All right, cats. I'll catch you later. She is usually napping here during stream. If she wants attention, usually what she'll do is she'll crawl onto my lap and, like, lay up my stomach a little bit so that she can get lots of attention. She's very demanding when that happens. Sammy will lay across my lap, so across my thighs, and she wants attention. We're going to go until at least 7 p.m. U.S. Central Time. So that will be another 5-ish hours. Mathing. Yes. That's the plan, Ace. We're going to be going for a bit. Let's see. So Sammy will want attention as well. Sherbet, if he wants attention, he can be offered attention, and he'll accept it if you very carefully approach while talking to him, or you call him up to a raised platform. If he wants attention, he does one of two things. He jumps on the back of my chair onto the headrest and kind of flops his back against my head, and then I will reach back and pet him. All right, Crystal. Otherwise, he wants attention. He will come barreling in, and he'll climb up onto the top of the cat tree by the window. And he wants to be pet while he's up there above me. He is a very standard cat in that he feels safest high up. I just have like an office chair, Ace. I found going for a comfy office chair is a lot safer than trying to find like a specifically computer chair, especially a gaming chair. You are very likely to get scammed if you go for a gaming chair. Like there are some primo gaming chairs out there, but those gaming chairs tend to be like really good office chairs. Well, desk chair, you know. The trick with them is that they can recline and be comfy, but there are plenty of them that are essentially knockoffs of each other. If you go onto Amazon and search for gaming chair, you're going to see like dozens of examples of ones that look the same. The difference is some of them are built really badly, like really, really badly. And that's what makes them inexpensive. All right there, Robilio. Thanks for joining us. And welcome back, Crystal. So we get our target object. Target direction. So target direction. Target. Okay. So in the copy function, which is generic to a target class, we create a whole new instance. So now in the target one, well, let's look in our movement template. We are always going to return a copy. Because we do not want this to be changed. We don't want this reference to be passed around. I don't like that we have to do that. I would like equivalency, but at the same time, it's an object. It's passed by reference in Godot engine. We're rolling with it. I have not made any other games, Ace. I've only like started making things before. I did make some code for Let's save ourselves some pain here. A dot copy. The target direction is passed as a it's passed in with the target objects. It is not global to the it's a member variable of movement templates. So movement templates all have a target. Every target has a target direction and a target object. So it kind of rattles on down. So we should have corrected this, I think. Well, not all of it yet. But we're getting there. Okay. So we've removed part of the problem, but our target direction is still nothing. Okay, so our target direction, it is set. Let's do this with just one projectile and narrow it down and see if this still does the same. 2 seconds, and it's only going to use one extra projectile. So there are now 2 projectiles. So that is setting it to nothing. When you have a spread shot, you never want that spread shot to be interesting. The spread, okay, no, spread shot's working. Okay. Anyway. Okay. So now this should get called twice, once for each of the projectiles that is created, and then the next time it's called, it should be for movement. What's my favorite game? Ooh, that's tricky. It tends to be something that changes over time. The game that I have returned to many times, and I still haven't reached a point where I say I don't like this game anymore, is Final Fantasy XIV. If we're talking all time, that's a tougher question. And back in the day, I really liked Final Fantasy VI, and then I'd say 9. I'm referencing Final Fantasies. They have had a big impact on me. But Final Fantasy VI was the last of the classic 8 and 16-bit Final Fantasy games. Final Fantasy IX is into like the PlayStation era, and while there are elements of it I didn't like, some of the characters and narrative are great. We're doing good, Drew. We're doing good. We have a bug with random direction that it's not getting that direction. Because calculate target, let's look at our movement. Here, I'll show you. So we have 2 projectiles. If there are no mobs, it sits there. If there is a mob that it can target, it'll fire a 2 spread, which means it'll miss at the moment, but Well, Minecraft is essentially doing voxel art and with a cumbersome interface. So with random mob, it spreads, but if there was no mob target, they just sit there. They have no vector, which is weird. Which implies that the problem is happening here. Hey there, Jorn. Let's change our perspective here. Let's look at this. So our local target has nothing in it. The target that we have received has a random direction. There are no mobs. See, right here, you can see it's a pass by reference. Target and target to return are the same entity. So target to return, okay. The second one should have the same pattern. Oh, it had a target set that time. Okay, no, first entity. You are indeed, Jorn. Okay, first entity comes in, and it says, okay, I'm going to make a copy of this 49087, 872. Second object gets a copy of it. So set target was already called on this. So if we look at our local target, nothing. Okay, that's weird. That shouldn't be. Here's the problem. This is what's happening. So I think set target is breaking down somewhere in here. We get a target, set the local target to have both of these, and then we say that the target is set. This should get called once after this. Well, twice, but... Okay, let's look at the first set target. This should be when... Let's look at our movement logic here. Our spawner first. Positions. Hey there, KO. Yep. That is, the cat on camera is Ember. Let's look at the others, see how many we can spot. Okay, we have 4 on camera right now. So Ember that we were looking at. We have Sky up in the tree there. Sammy curled up on the pillow. And then I'm guessing that's going to be Sherbet looking out the window, but it could be Mason. I don't have a good angle. Some people like cats, Ace. It's always been an important part of my stream, and I do like my cats. As might be apparent, I have gone to great effort to keep them on the stream. Hey there, Dana. we're doing some game dev data. We are trying to work out a bug. So let's see. Why it do this? Is it the same problem? Are we propagating an instance copy that is breaking down? Body gets its own movement object. Okay, that is correct. Target should be returning a copy. Yeah. Set the target to that. Here, show you. So when there is no monster to target, these things are getting 0 as their vector. And from the looks of it, it's that it's being, when there is one, we fire a spread. It's a 2 spread right now. It's not supposed to work. Sorry, it's not supposed to be useful. It's just demonstrating it with a small number. But these are 2 just sitting on top of each other. So that's not right. And so what's happening is as we're going through, I think as we're iterating here, where we're going to have our first problem. So let's... So this will be the first movement. This is the primary object. So it goes through and target. Okay, that's from random direction. Then we do this again. And this is from, this one should be from random mob. Still got it. And then that would have been from straight line. So if we look at target again, still there. Then we unpause. Next one goes through. And let's look at our local target. This is what it should be. It's not a matter of detecting the enemy, Alex. There is no enemy to detect during it. That's not the bug. The bug is when there is no enemy at all. It's supposed to move randomly, but it doesn't at all. It's that random direction is being lost in the process, which is weird. Still not lost. Okay. Then after random mob blew it up. Okay. Why did that happen? Why did that happen? Target was set. Why did it reset it to 0? Right, this is the initial one. The local target is the one that's moving randomly. Sorry, this target passed in. Local target is nothing. Local target still nothing. first time we go through, target should not be set. Yep. From here on, target should be set. Okay. Okay, so target isn't set. It's going to return whatever it was passed as a copy. Subsequent time, check local target, and it's null. So something about set target is failing for this, I think. Because set target should be getting called on all of them. Okay, we're going through the first time. This is the initial movement that will set everything. Then we're going to call set target. Probably about 6 times. Probably more like 3, I think. Yeah. First time. Second time. All right. All right. Hey there, sniper. Spawner. Okay, so we're getting... For each of the movement templates in the first one, we're applying those to the subsequent ones. Not a lot, sniper, not a lot. We're dealing with some bugs here. Like, we've got something generally working. Let's narrow this down a little further, since we know it looks like multiples are not what we're dealing with. Big mouse, we're going to delete that size modifier. We're going to see. Random mob targeting is a little off. You look, it's a little to the right, essentially. It might be the, I mean, once it's locked on, it doesn't change, so... Anyway. Okay, so we're just firing one, and it's the first ones that aren't working. Hey there, Chrono. Indeed, that is one of my cats, Ember. Be going wrong. I feeling that. All right, so this is the first calculate target. So there's no mob to aim at. It has a random direction. Our target. Yeah. Yeah. Hey there, Dino. So the projectile locks on when it comes into existence. It's possible that the thing has moved slightly off from there subsequently. Since the blobs move straight towards the player, there could be some variation in that, but it shouldn't be. I'll have to check that a little bit later. I want to get to the point where the random direction is working, and then we can tune the mob targeting. We're working on the code for our little game dev project here, Dino. Oh, thank you, Chrono. Thank you very much for the donation. Okay, still. Oops. Should get one, two, and then the third one should be subsequent movement. I am making a game, Chrono. We're trying to make a game. So we've got a bug right now where if they don't have a random mob to fire at, the default movement pattern isn't working. Yeah, they're a little off. It's like there's a bit of a would it be a counterclockwise rotation to their accuracy. Weird. Anyway. Eventually, if we do get done with it, the goal is to make it available for folks to play. What available constitutes? That's unknown because we're still, as might be apparent, well into the weeds of trying to make it make the skeleton functional. Hmm. Like I said, what we're dealing with is a movement bug. So to catch folks up here, how movement in the game currently works is you have movement templates, which are little bundles of code that determine either what a projectile is aiming at or how that projectile will move accordingly. So right now I have 3 that are relevant here. Newt. The first word is newt, Ace, like the tiny lizard, and the then mechanist is the second part. Newt is the name, mechanist is a title. So as far as a term of address, use newt. This guy's getting some chin scratches here. Yeah. I only get that reference, at least as far as having seen the a clip of a little claymation-looking penguin going newt newt. Past that, I wouldn't know. I normally rely on a meme translator for that kind of thing. Okay. That's weird. That should absolutely hit that line of code. We have like a crashing error. Godot has a habit of letting some things fail silently. Oh, well, here. Let's find out if it's failing silently. We're at it. It's not the error, but it'll get some of the warnings out of there. Yep. Okay, yeah, let's move straight line. That's fine. we're stepping through, so we're trying to find out where the a breakdown in the logic is happening. This isn't really relevant at the moment, but, you know, we'll put that copy in there. Wait. Is it that dumb? No. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're still good. Broke a thing. Okay. At least it wasn't that task, but that's always the feeling, isn't it? It's the only one that moves. A return. Does it even return it anymore? The return doesn't matter. All right, so we need to move down the movement chain here and see at what point it becomes nulled out. So this should be after our first calculate target. This is the initial one on projectile 0. So we're going to look at target. This is our local target. Okay, so random direction just happened. Random mob just happened. And then straight line just happened. Okay. Next iteration. Target was nulled. How did target get nulled? Probably right here. I don't think we need to recalculate. Because this is just setting up what the target is. We need to calculate target over and over again, period? Could we just call that? So when we create the mob bodies, one of the things we do is we move them a tiny bit. We're calling move, and that triggers calculate target. But do we even need that? Ember is got a lot. Ember has a lot of colors. Most of her is like a gray and darker gray stripe. Then she has a couple of spots towards her hind legs and on her right ear that are a very pale orange. And then her underbelly and her socks are white. That coloration is apparently called diluted. What if we comment that, and instead we do calculate target, which you should not call this way. That's a member function. But we're gonna. For science. That is Ember on camera, yes. Still not moving. Oh. And then we don't calculate target there. And then we save, and we don't calculate target there. Yeah, I mean, it's effectively, Ace, it's kind of like if you had like something glued to the palm of your hand and then something bigger glued to each fingertip, you know? The bone structure is very similar, just they have those big pads. Yeah. Okay. So the thing that happened is that when we initially, every time we moved, we'd call calculate target, and that could throw off all the subsequent logic. Some of mine do like that. There are cats that don't like you messing with their paws like that because it's kind of a a vulnerable spot, but if you haven't been doing it too much and they're kind of trusting of you, then they'll like it. They can like it because it's like a I don't know. It's like it's an itchy spot. It's a spot that they can't easily get to themselves. Spawner, calculate target, but we don't move that tiny bit. Then go into our weapon spawner and we're going to add a bunch of projectiles. Ta-da! Every second, spawn 19 blobs. All right, I broke homing movement, but we can fix that in a moment. Blob spawners, use target player, and then move in straight line. So if we look at target player, oh. Part of it, Rebelio, I did manage to break homing movement a little bit. I'm gonna fix it here. Because we're not recalculating. Homing movement is a little different. Homing movement is going to change the vector. Yeah. Okay, that's why. Targeting the player is different than track player. So targeting the player would just say, my target is the player. So the way I've got it set up, it says the player is here. That's your target. So target direction. Then move in straight line. So it moves in a straight line to where the player was at the time. Thinking. So then it's a straight line. It has function move. Okay. So this is tricky. Okay. So we fixed it when it comes to unhoming targets. So where I don't have to keep changing the direction as we move, we've addressed that. But hey there, Mafioso. Welcome. We're trying to continue fixing our targeting. So we have targeting working mostly for objects that don't move. I'm sorry, directions that don't move. Right now, they're moving away from me most of the time. But this is like steady movement. They're not supposed to be moving in this direction at all. So, don't really this player. It's targetable. Reaching over to give Sky some back scratches here. Only one not visible is Mason, and he's probably on the same bed that Sammy is. Do I play Minecraft, Ace? I have played Minecraft. I generally only like... I don't like vanilla Minecraft. It just doesn't terribly interest me. But that's largely because there's a lot of quality of life and like tool sets that I like from some of the mods. I've considered doing a mod of Minecraft someday, but I'm kind of waiting until there's a version to write code in that isn't in Java, because I don't like Java. I don't do any Minecraft parkour. My precision platforming days are largely behind me. Pushing some buttons. There was a Minecraft mod that I was interested in, but like I said, I've not pulled the trigger on it because there are other things that I want to do instead. But I can't recall what it was called. But the theme of it was essentially a parasite infection kind of zombie outbreak, where after a period of time in the game world, these little like grub things would appear and they would move towards the nearest like animals. If they managed to kill that animal or hit that animal would become infected, and it would be this horrible like dead space flesh monster that would be derived from them. So lots of like blade limbs and pointy teeth kind of stuff. And then they would start spreading the infection. So it would become sort of a ground zero mutant plague sort of thing being set off. Which was neat. I liked the idea of that. Similarly, there was a mod called Bombcraft that was magic oriented, and it added a whole different building system and whatnot. And it eventually has had a concept early on that it's sort of like it wasn't as well utilized as it could be, I should say. They had a concept of corruption where if when you were like combining magical liquids, you had like runoff that could result, like wasted. If too much of that got out there, it would create like toxic magical toxins that would create mutants. Top right of like see. That is Sky's tail and hind leg. It had a lot of that vibe, Tass. It had the Nano vibe to it. It would dissipate into the air, and it would actually seep into the blocks. and start to spread. It was such an interesting effect that we would actually set out to create that goo. Because there were things that would only happen once the corruption got high enough. All right, that should still be okay. It's not ideal that we're doing it that way, but target player is still wonky. Okay, in this fashion, target player is it's part of calculating the target, but target player should also have a movement. So we should have a move here. Yeah, so it keeps its local. But it shouldn't be setting the target that way. Let's look at our spawner, make sure. Should still be okay. Because set target is only called on a template to template fashion. It's not called across all of them. Okay. So when this one moves, so if we go into the blobs, blob spawner, oof, where did I put that? There we go. Doesn't do move in straight line. They're still all just moving down. Oh, okay. Okay. This needs to get updated as well. This isn't really terribly relevant, but it does give other objects later that might care about it. Date direction. This is homing movement, so it will always get kind of weird as far as like spread shots and the like are concerned. There we go. Okay, so I could have a movement type called tracking and a targeting type that is player. So what tracking would do is constantly update its local target to be whatever it's tracking. I'm sorry, yeah, its local target object to have the direction of what its target is. You're definitely going to need to work on some efficiency in the game, because we can see things were getting bogged down pretty bad there. Okay. Yep. You could definitely constrain the kill zone a little bit more. Yeah. Kill zone is definitely too far out. Because these are well out of visual area. All right, let's see. 2D here. Yeah. Okay. Spawn zone, kill zone. We should be able to pull these in a little bit. And I think we can just do... I think there's logic in this for that. There will be... Eventually there will be like a level concept, but it's much more like it's more of a stage concept. So like in Vampire Survivors, the first one is like a grassy field, that kind of thing, with like different monster sets and the like. It's going to be much more about the monster sets that are there, what's on the map that might change things, and then which upgrades you get as you go. Tiles, input. Let's move the path. And the mob survival area gets moved. Okay, so that'll move the whole thing. Hey there, Michael. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so currently 800, and then we are at 1920 across. Name rings a bell, but not sure, Michael. Not sure. That's 8. It's 960 first. Oh, okay, okay. I remember you now. This guy is sitting on my lap and demanding attention here. Okay, so we put the spawn thing slightly off camera. Where do we put those points? I think they're like a quarter of the screen off the screen. So I mean, not quite. 1080 tall, then 540 would be the edge of the screen. Where did I get 720? All right. So let's get this number in place here so that we have our point of reference. All right, Michael, thanks for swinging through. $960. Hey, let go. Okay. If you've never encountered it, folks, there is a channel that makes YouTube shorts. They might make longer form stuff. Don't recall the name of the channel. It's essentially a self-named channel. So, you know, the person doing the videos is the channel. And they end their shorts generally with toodaloo. But they're either little vignettes about bad corporate practices and a person intelligently reacting to them, or things like, how do you say this in corporate kind of stuff. Other things like, hey, you know, you're receiving a, you know, as part of your review, we're giving you new responsibilities and whatnot. Okay, well, you know, what's the pay going to be like? Oh, there's no change in pay. Oh, why aren't you having somebody else fill this role? Oh, because, you know, it'll save our project lots of money to not have another person doing that. Oh, it's like, well, congratulations on the promotion. No, thank you. What do you mean? I don't want that promotion. That seems like a bad promotion. You're asking me to do more work for the same money. All right, all right. I will assume you are accurate, Tess. I believe you know the channel I am talking about. Okay. 720 was 180 off the screen. Let's see, 2 squares. Let's do 5 squares. No, not 5 squares. Let's do about 2 squares off the screen there for the spawn path. Ooh. Double checking math. Okay. why don't you just work through your break? It sounds like you're not committed to this project, Taz. We all work through our breaks. Plus 200 minus 8. 732. $52. Okay. Then we have to do the math for the kill zone as well. Yeah, I think the spawn zone needs to be further out. Do 5. That'll give us a nice round number. Put all these back. And for sanity's sake, we are going to have to move these into globals, actually. Let's do that. Is there the equivalent of declaring constant? I don't think so. It's equal to lat float. Fat fingering all the keys. We're using floats because these exist in are effectively coordinate space of the world, and the world's coordinate space is in floats. Game script. Wait a moment. Yeah, let's do this. Two. Call this adjust. Just so I can do that. Times that. 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 Oh, it's half height. Width. Times half width. So that's default. So then two. Okay, so it goes upper left, upper right, lower right, lower left, upper left. I'm having to lean back a little bit. Hey there, Destroyer. Welcome. And yes, that is a color. Thank you. That cat is Ember. Good opportunity for a cat check. Right, let's see. We're gonna have 4 of 5 visible. One of them is sitting on my lap currently. So you saw Ember. Then over on that bed with the pillow and the blanket is Mason and then Sammy. And then we have Sherbet. And thanks for joining us then, Destroyer. left. Two. That. Hey there, that one. Yep, sherbet, like the cold dessert kind of thing. Right, lower right. Left. Name isn't quite right, but the names were getting really long. Left. Or left. The first syllable is like toi in that case. But in any event, hello, welcome. Joining us on the Twitch side. We're working on our game project today. Lower right. Okay, they're spawning further out now. I wonder if we can make the kill zone visible. For debug purposes. Like it'll make it invisible for me, but that doesn't help. Okay, so that's... I think it's 11 squares across. "21 squares. Hey there, Ishmael. welcome back. Okay, it's 21 wide. So this would be at most what we need. Yeah, we're doing some coding. We're doing some coding today. So if we add another 21. Yeah, let's try that. Do width. As is tradition, Ishmael, with questions related to my IRL life, I shall instead answer with character lore, and that's that I run the Catbot factory. We seek to mitigate or minimize personally identifiable information, both from in the streams and in chat. All right, so then move these up here. No, we'll keep those where we want. We should be able to adjust the other ones accordingly. We'll see. Bit of a hassle, but we'll figure it out. We're gonna do it like we did. Like so. Okay. So you position all that. Then we're gonna move the mob survival area. How can we... Is there a way to change how it's anchored as far as its position? Doesn't look like it. Let's look at our 2D space again. I mean, that's about right, is we want it a little past here. So it's, you've got a full screen out. Look at Full screen out should be plenty. So the vertical position would be 2 full screens, I think. Oh, okay. So we have half a screen to get to the visual edge. Then we'd have a full screen. We'd have a full screen and a half. So I think it's 2.5 times our marker. So half and a full, so we have 1.5, and then to get to a full screen out, we're going to need to go another half in order to position the box. So half, 1 full, half again. Hey there, Fraggy. So 2 times... That doesn't seem right. It can get quiet. It can get quiet, Ishmael. Sometimes people are just listening. Oh, and the kitty cat moved. Hey there, Ethan. Apparently ask and you shall receive. Well, based on the way that you're typing it, that's either a cause for celebration for you or a cause of great alarm. Okay, that's why. That's why. Okay, so double... 80... 2160, shouldn't it be? Yeah. Then 3840. Ethan, that one's name is Sherbet. He heard me saying that. He's pretty photogenic because he's one of those cats that kind of contorts himself while he's sleeping. Okay, that's looking good. That's looking good. So if they get an entire visual screen away from me. So, like, if I get to this red one here, anything outside of this box gets removed. All right. Tracking is... We could do track target. All right, so we solved our problem with targeting and also with the homing movement. So we could change it to be target player. Let's see what Sherbet's play is here. Okay, you can't see it, and they almost never do this. But you could tell that Sherbet wanted to come sit with Sky here. Oh, you might see a bit of him. He really wants to sit with Sky. So he is effectively up on the camera right now. Nobody ever sits there, but Sherbet really wants to sit with Sky. Sherbet likes Sky. Sky is kind of ambivalent to Sherbet. I think Sherbet sort of imprinted on Sky when he was adopted because Sky was really nice to him early on. Sky is nice to all of the cats. But after a while, I think Sherbet was a bit too clingy. Like, Sky got tired of being followed around. So you really get the impression that Sky moves away when Sherbet is near him too long. It's kind of cute. Okay, so we have that. Let's adjust our pattern here. Okay, so we want to change this to target. And then we're going to have home to target. It's a scene, and it should extend a movement template. There we go. Move track player movement as a class. We don't need a class for it. These are purely extensions. And now we are going to delink that. We're going to link it. It is a home to target. It inherits movement template. Go into target player. And let's see. Okay, it updates the position just by doing that. It returns, it's like move straight line. It calculates target. It's going to accept the target that it received and update it. And actually clean this up. Equal target is equal to target copy. This may seem redundant, but we're making sure we're duplicating that target into this object. So we're creating a new instance, and then we create another new instance to return. Because since this one is moving, it accepts whatever target it is given. It doesn't care what the target is. Like, it doesn't set the target. It accepts it. So it'll do the same thing there, and then move. Yeah. And then in our existing target player, we have a move function. We're gonna take that. We need an update direction. It accepts whatever target it gets. And if we look at target player no longer moves. Local target, target object. Nodes, dump layer. Well done, Ace. Well done. Sherbet conceded. Expand that blocker. We'll see. That later. Okay, so target player doesn't care about a direction. Target player just sets the target object to the player. Then home to target looks up. It updates its direction while during calculate target. Let's see, home to target. Yeah. Yeah. So it accepts the target. And then each movement, it changes the direction that it's using a bit. So then we can go into our blob spawner. So we have target player. And then we are going to take our movement. Say move to target. And it will move to target at a speed of 96. Then to further test this, need to adjust that actually. This one cares about the target. The player always exists, but home to target doesn't know that. If there is a target object. It's not equal null. We can... Six one way, half dozen the other. If it does not have a target, its direction is reset to 0. So it will not move if it doesn't have a target. So then, like a target object. Hey there, Draven. Welcome, welcome. So now if we go to our homing mouse here, so we have random direction, random mob, move in straight line. Then we can also have some homing logic here. So it will move in a straight line at a given speed, but it will try to home as well. Wrong thing. So we're gonna do the homing first, though. So the homing will move at 1 square, and the projectiles will move at 1 square. Or the straight line will move at 1 square. So this will be a little interesting here. Okay, let's zoom in so you can really see what's going on. Because this demonstrates the reason that we're jumping through all these hoops. I promise, was totally for a reason. Okay, you see how they're kind of arcing weird? And you see how they slowed down? They have a target. If they lose their target, they stop homing. And they begin moving in a straight line from where they were in the direction in the random direction. So initially towards the mob, but you can see how even in a random direction, they'll fire backwards. Isn't that neat? Which is resulting in a lot of them moving at half speed and resulting in a lot of frame rate loss. We're going to have to figure out how to optimize for this. Oh, we're losing frames. Optimization is definitely going to be a thing. Definitely going to be a thing. I wonder if... Is that a project setting? How many... About gravity. Physics ticks per second. Okay. It is a little more than a 10th. Let's leave it at 8, though. I don't think that's actually the problem. be... Well, we'll see. But all right, we've made a little bit of progress here. We're almost to where we would normally start the stream, so I think this is a good opportunity for a quick break. I'm gonna top up my beverage and move around a little bit. Get all stretched out so that we're ready to resume. I will be back shortly, folks. All right, settling back in, folks. We will resume momentarily. And we're back. About... Well, let's see where they are. Okay. Sammy is the most ambivalent during stream. She'll lay on the bed and nap the whole time. She don't care. All right, so we've got those placed. We do need to look at optimization. That's still going to be a thing. Now look at... We don't really want... So most of the homing objects, we don't actually want random direction on them. So let's, for example, look at... We'll do... Look at the movement, home to target. Okay, if it lacks a target... We're going to do it that way. It will not update its direction if it lacks a target. Like, if it loses it, it just uses what it's got. So then we go into our... Yeah, our mouse projectile body. No, not the body. Spawner. Random object, random mob, and we're going to remove move in straight line. Put it at 200, so it's relatively zippy. So you can see how they're not spreading. Because each one of they all have this different direction. That's an interesting thing. We're going to need to have a concept for that. Because they're all locking to the same target. How can I add that to the logic? So let's say we want... you know, your sort of anime cluster missile dealy, where the missiles, like, spread all over the place. Each of them locking on to different things. Well, right now they can't. Because their target is locked. Once the first target is set, they all obey it. Okay, what if we have a different type of random mob selection? Or what if we force it? What if random mob says, I target a random mob, period. I don't care. How can we do this? How can we do this? Random direction, random mob. So this is, it sets a target to a random mob. And that's all of its sibling projectiles will share this target. But we could force it within each one, but that's still... We're still going to run into issues with set direction. Time it do be passing, Ace. So almost what we have here is we have a... Our problem is that some of the targeting we want to be shared and some of it we don't. So spread happens on its direction. But that shouldn't impact targeting. And they don't all need the same target entity. Okay. What if we think about this a little different? So we have the idea that they're moving in a direction initially. But that initial direction isn't terribly relevant. We want them to home on a target. Hey there, Wolf. Welcome back. Welcome to today's stream. We've got our movement bugs mostly worked out, and now we're faced with another conundrum, and that's that the pattern we have only works with a single chain of target. So when I fire a spread of 10 projectiles, if there is a target monster, then all of them share that target. But that's not really what we want. Oh, but it's not targeting a random mob. It's targeting the direction of a random mob. It is at random mob, as opposed to target random mob. Okay. So random direction sets the direction. It doesn't care about a target entity. Random mob cares about the mob only as long as it doesn't have that target direction set. If the target is already set, it will always return local target, and that might be set for it. But it doesn't care about the mob after after it is set at all. It's only interested in setting it's only interested in setting the direction to the target. Right there. So this is straight at target. But it's ultimately the same problem. It's ultimately the same problem, even if we change this, is once the target entity is set, all subsequent movement respects that. And that gets preserved after the initial projectile is fired. So yeah, we have the idea of shared and unshared targeting. Shared targeting will be preserved across all of them, whereas individual settings would be, well, individual to that particular movement template. So let's say random direction. Every one of the projectiles in a spread could have its own direction. So let's look at our spawner here so I can walk through what I'm talking about. So here, for every projectile we create, we're going through, we create the whole group of them. So there's X of them. We take the first one and we get its target. This will be an entity and a direction. Doing okay, Drew. Doing okay. We're noodling on a concept here. We're trying to figure it out. So one thought is that target object doesn't need to be a single thing. It could be multiple things. But that still doesn't change anything if the subsequent ones still have to choose. And it would fundamentally alter how a spread works. How about... No worries, Drew. Thanks for joining in any event. Think. So we have the concept of a projectile count, like how many are fired. But is that the only pattern? Because it could be that individual, like, I could be firing many of them in rapid succession with a faster rate of fire. Each of those will individually target. But I could also look at it as there's two different types of count. There's a cluster, and then there's what would it be? It's... Well, I have a series of them. So I have, let's say, there's a spread of 10 of them, but they could be in groups of 2. The groups share their target, and they're spread. So if I have, even better, I have 2 spreads of 3. each of those spreads of 3 will behave as it currently does. They share a target, they share a direction, and they get their repositioning. But we'll iterate again and say that there's like a second volley, you know? Yeah. Okay. Oh, this is it's like a nesting doll. Yes. Okay. We have a count, and then we're gonna call it volley. We're gonna call it volley or clusters or groups, or I want it to be generic enough. It's not like they're all projectiles. We're gonna say groups. Okay, so we're gonna get into our spawner template. Really gonna need to reorganize soon. I wonder, can we do that? Looks like we can. I'm probably gonna regret calling it group. It just feels like the best thing that I can think of. You know, it spawns in groups of 3. You know, that kind of thing. So yeah. It's an array of 0. So then we're going to look at our single blob spawner here. Count modifier, group modifier. Yep, okay. Well, hello there, Hcraft, and I'm guessing it's like Squinic? I'm going to say maze. That part I can recognize. Hello, Hcraft and maze. Welcome. We're doing some game dev, and we just found out there's more to change. There's more to change. So we're working on our projectile behavior chains here. That is technically like a whole bunch of projectiles flying at once. And they target random entities, but the problem is that we want each of those projectiles to pick its own target for this instance. That won't work with our existing logic, so we're going to add another layer to the onion. You two seem new, though, so let me show you something here. This is a critical part of the stream. This is the cat monitoring array here. See, that is either Ember. Yeah, that's Ember. You can see her at the top of the little area with the black cushion. She's just beside it. We can see Mason and Sammy on the bed there. Yeah, it's definitely Ember in the play area. So Sherbet and Sky are currently not visible. But yeah, kitty cats. We are working on a Survivor-style game. I want to, in addition to some other ideas, one of the core ones is there's Sherbet, there's Mason's brother. Passing through. One of the core ideas I want is to try to get a spell building system, like a weapon building system, akin to what we see in things like Noida and Magicraft, a little bit bioprototype, but mostly things like Noida and Biocraft, where, or I'm sorry, in Magicraft. Mushed two of the names together there. Where you have little modifiers that you chain together to create different effects. So count is how many when a single group is fired. That happened to me a lot too, Squinnick. It's not only getting going can be daunting for some folks, because there's a lot of people that look at it and say, but I don't know how to code. One, learning to code is a lot of that is doing it, like try it, do stuff. That's a whole lot of learning to code, just like learning to speak a language. Talking with people about it, talking, using the language, all those help a lot. But additionally, you don't have to be an expert programmer, like best of the best to make a game. A good example is Toby Fox, the person behind Undertale. Undertale is not coded well. Undertale is coded very, very badly. There are really bad things in there, but the game is good. The end result was good. It could be optimized better. There's a lot that could be done to improve it, but it didn't need it. It's still just fine. And once you can wrap your mind around those, is that you have to start somewhere, and that means practicing and doing, and that it doesn't have to be perfect. Your momentum tends to pick up, such as what we're doing here. Okay, so we have group modifiers, and we are going to add we're intrinsically going to have one, so that we always have something there. We're going to say there's always by default one group. So we're going to add 19 groups. And we're going to put 0 as the count. So then we go into our spawner. Well, a computer failure will definitely slow down your work. Iterate for position. Hello, Ember. Ember has come to sit with me. Why do we need to return mob bodies? We don't. We don't. Okay. Means we don't actually need it. Okay. That's good. Because if we don't need to return it, we don't need to track it. All right, Ace, thanks for joining us. This is int is equal to 1. Oops. we're going to have to do a little bit more footwork first. Okay, in a spawner, we also have an export. We don't actually need to export these for spawners. The template needs them exported, but spawners never come into existence themselves. At least they shouldn't. The program I'm using right now, Squinnick, is called the Godot engine. It is a free kind of like community programmed game engine. The language I'm using currently for it is GDScript. You can use C# libraries for it, but you don't have to. And there's efficiency differences between different things. Like, which one's more efficient for which things and how much effort does it take to make it more efficient? Those vary between C# and GDScript. But it's, if you want to start with something that is, not super high fidelity graphics and physics, or at least you want to start with something that doesn't have as big a learning curve, Godot is a good one to start with. Pretty easy to jump into. Okay, Ember has strafed me. It's Sherbet's turn. It's hello. My head's tilted like this because Sherbet's behind my head. He's purring away. He is happy kitty. Up to my spawner factory. Oof. Spawner. Group modifier stuff. End array. Dot. Group modifiers. Modifiers. Oops. Equals modifier. Group in groups. All of this. Move it over one. Hey there, Sarah. Welcome. Well, that's flattering. Thank you. All right. Did I break it? No, but it's not doing what I think it's doing. It's not doing what I want it to do. Okay. So we're going to step through this. There's one group modifier, and now we have 20 groups. Count is what now? 1. Okay. Okay. New target is created. First one calculates target, doesn't do any of that. Goes in, it creates the spread of them. Okay. Adds the mob. But why? There's plenty of targets. That's right, all. We're doing some coding. May have managed to break it again. Okay, 20 groups. Let's mess with our blob template some more. 19 groups of 3. Okay, that's generating a lot of projectiles at once. I think they're overlapped. So let's do 2 groups of 3. Well, 3 groups of 3. Okay, they're still perfectly overlapped. Yeah, it's a very casual stream, folks. If you have questions or anything like that, feel free to ask them. I will try to pay attention to chat as well as I can. Sometimes I do get a bit hyper-focused, so I might miss some things. Array. That's okay. Can I say hello to Takuto? I guess. No, I just did, but hello Takuto again, I guess. Are you implying that they have become shaken up in the process of exiting the car? Or in their travel in the car there, Swinnick? But in any event, hello Gojo. Would your screen handle be related to that Jujutsu Kaisen anime / manga? Those are 2 of my cats, yes. Wonder how many we can see. We can see 3 of the 5 right now. It's Mason and Sammy on the bed, and then Ember across from my keyboard. Yeah, let's make sure that we reset all of these, because I wonder if once I instantiate the variable, if it isn't reusing that instance of the variable. It's still not working. It looks like it's doing something, but it's doing the wrong thing. It's not functional here. Just going to remove count modifiers and just go with groups. There are 2 groups. In the past, I have watched anime Gojo. There hasn't been anything that has really caught my attention. Like, there have been some reasonably good ones out there, but nothing that says, I need to watch this, you know? Busy day, then. We've had a couple of people in the Germany area come through. This guy says, you're not itching my chin nearly enough. You should do that. He has draped himself across one of the barriers and is like nosing my hand if I try to use the mouse, so do I play any games? Yes, I do. Most commonly and most recently on the stream, I've been playing a couple of interactive fiction style games. Ace Attorney, the Apollo Justice trilogy currently. And then more recently, and has been pretty engaging, is one called For Your Tranquility, which is kind of a autopsy mystery solving game. So I am looking at some to start sprinkling in some others. Why is this not working? I feel like your sentence was either garbled or incomplete there, Gojo. Yeah, I have an array of 8 cameras to keep track of the cats. People like to watch the cats. No? Count is reset to 1. Let's simplify down a bit. Simplify. Blob spawner, you will spawn in intervals of 10 seconds. Well, that's unfortunate, Gojo. Okay. So we're coming in. We're on group 0. That doesn't seem right. Group modifiers have 1, so the group should be 2. Oh. No? Yeah, groups should be 2. No worries, that often comes across as a... That will usually end up being mutual in those circumstances, so we'll just have to try to work through it, you know? We'll do what we can. Very weird. Why you do? What going on here? Was I messing with the wrong template? I was. That's why the blob one went crazy. Oh, that's good, Squinnick. I have been told that English is a very difficult language to learn if it's not your first language. Okay, so we're going to go into our... Okay, blob spawner will spawn 11 of them at once. The homing mouse... Positions... It will spread. Homes... Just one group. So we are going to say that there are groups of 3, and there are... Sorry, groups of 3, and there are 3 groups. That's fine, Gojo. We will try to work with it, you know? I do not fault you for this. Ha ha! Look at it go! So now we're going to go into the blob spawner. Spawn. Our spawner. It's a game that we're writing, Gojo. That's what we're working on. We're making a game. We're going to set the default to 1 on this just in case. Go into our blob spawner. And we're going to make it so that there are 10 blobs every second. And then we're going to go into our homing mouse, and we have no... I'm going to say that there are 10 homing mice every second. Now let's make sure it's saved. We are making progress, folks. Look at that. Look at that. Now, we do need to make it so that projectiles are not all colliding with the same target. We need to make sure that there is a check that the target is still there when it collides, and if it isn't, ignore it. All right. All right. That feels good. That feels good. We've got it working. It's working. For those that weren't here during the discussion of why we were doing that, previously, we just had the concept of count when we were spawning projectiles in monsters. And what count would do is it would create kind of a grouped set of projectiles. So let's really show that working here. So we're going to have 2 groups, but they are going to be groups of 10. The goal is that these are going to be very upgradable. These numbers that I'm changing, Gojo, the intent is to be able to change them during the run. So that during the run, we can make it so that they target different things, that there are different numbers, different configurations. With the core goal of, instead of it being, I need to get these 2 power-ups for the build, it's more, I get these random things and I'm trying to constantly build a better tool. Okay, so the groups of 10, you can see they are heavily overlapped. So it's firing out 2 groups. Those are 10 mice on top of each other. No worries, Gojo. No worries. Okay. So what we want then is when they're homing weapons like that, a grouped spread isn't great. We're going to have to come up with some sort of, potentially some jitter with that when they're overlapping, but it doesn't need to be much, you know? All right, let's take this to an extreme level here. Go, gratuitous projectiles. In theory, nothing should ever reach us. They can get close because it's randomized as to what thing gets targeted. But that's something that we occasionally have to spend some time on, Squinnick, is that I have to go in and I have to make all these things. All right, Gojo, thank you for joining us. All of the graphics that we're using here are derived from a mod that I made for a game called Noida. It was integrated into our Twitch stream and eventually our YouTube stream. I played that game to death, and I don't want to play it anymore as a result. But elements of the mod live on. My original avatar was from that mod, and this one is derived from that mod. And the little guy that you can see in the middle is the original character that I used in that mod. All of the weapons that we start with will be derived from that as well. It's a lore thing. It's a theming thing. Hard to give up on world building, you know? All right, we have homing movement. We have targeting. We have groups. What are we going to come up with next? Okay, well, let's start working on a couple of other things then. One of the things I want to work on for this is a container class, so that within code, I can reference particular types of things without having to worry about it. So when I'm setting the templates here, it's drag and drop. I can go in and say like, oh, for its movement, it says random direction and then random mob and then home to target. So it'll set a random direction. The random mob will say, oh, no, I want a direction to that mob if possible. Otherwise, I will use random direction and then keep locking onto that target. Keep updating the direction to that target, whatever the target is. So in the case of this movement, if it doesn't have a target, it will just keep moving in whatever direction it has, which will be the random target for the random direction first. As soon as it has ever had a target, its direction is updated to be straight at that target. So that's the sequence that we're talking about. We can swap these around however we want. But what we also need to account for is situations where I want to reference something in code, but I don't want to have to use string references. So if I look in here, during our ready function, yeah, right here. So this is interim code. This is okay because these are known commodities. This is the game object. No, we could probably move this up to like a script on core, but within the game object, we set all this stuff up. We set up an initial mob spawner and a spawner for the player's weapons. This is what I don't want. This right here. This is bad. Instead, I want to be able to point to something and say, hey, instantiate this instead. So I'm probably going to have effectively catalog objects that are like, this is the mob catalog, this is the projectile catalog. Then what I can do is create data objects that represent a level based on things like this tile set, this this mob, that kind of thing, and I could load them from file by name, but by names instead of by explicit. So if I go in and say, you know, weapon homing mouse is an identifier, then I could have that mapped to a dictionary that points to a particular object that I could set via exports and the like. Not sure exactly how we will do that just now, but we're gonna find out. Is that part of a scene? Like, yeah, movement in targeting our behaviors. Sure, under the heading of mobs, we have monsters and projectiles. So let's start with that. We're going to have it is a script. Projectile catalog. No. We don't want to do it that way. We are going to create up in our globals That's not a problem, Squinnick. A lot of folks do just watch the stream. Like they'll swing through, they'll either just watch or I know I've known some folks that don't actually have the video visible to them. They just listen. Lurking or chatting or anything like that, that's all fun. Okay. It's a resource, it's an entity catalog. That's how catalog is spelled, right? I hate misspelling things. There's no... Okay, we're gonna go with the English variant here. The American English variant. I don't like having to remember if I put a U at the end or an og. Sport. have dictionary? Yeah. Okay, so then if I create in projectile, I could go in and create a resource which extends entity catalog. Entity catalog. Class name. Yeah, there we go. Source entity catalog. It will be projectile catalog. Projectile catalog. We have a dictionary that is key value pairs, which we can go in. I wonder, can we? How is this done in Godot engine? I'm seeing if in the definition of a dictionary we can specify what the key value pair is. But that doesn't seem to be the case. I'm seeing this is a common syntax in some languages, but it's not. Okay. It's ad hoc. Okay. Okay. Fixing this before I remove the purple bullets for now. Look at the projectile, and we're going to do string We're gonna projectile player mouse and be a packed scene, right? Potentially not. But I quash that quite thoroughly. Because I want to dodge the I want to be able to socket this into the UI so I can dodge the path problem. But it looks like I might not be able to. So the thing I'm trying to avoid is currently the only way to reference this to instantiate it is, or any of them, such as spawners, would be to actually locate this resource file directly. Can I do resources? Nope. So dictionary won't do. Be an object? Oh, maybe this'll do. Okay, so a projectile. Okay, there. We need to say it was an object. String, and that is going to be then it will have the mouse bodies. It is a mob template. The mouse body scene. Yes, okay. So now we messed that up and we need to do it again. Object of that. Add the pair. Okay, then we can remove it. Okay, so this is potentially clunky, but it means that I could reference this in code. Because I can get this catalog and I can get the dictionary in it. Yeah. So then we go to monsters. I can create a monster catalog. Well, that's good, Squinnick. Accomplishing things is nice. We'll work on that some more later, but for now, I do need to put logic in to mob templates to change their color. To apply like a tint to them that will save us pain later. Updating some naming conventions to have prefixes to make things a little clearer what we're dealing with, since monsters and projectiles are essentially the same thing. We want to have some distinctions. Boop. Body. I wonder. We go into the blob scene. We look at its sprite. Offset thing. It's not a node 2D thing. Modulate. first we gotta let's go into the projectile body. We're gonna modulate to red here and see what happens. Okay. Man, they're kind of creepy when they're red, aren't they? Okay, so this modulate is a color. So if we go into mob template, in mob body, type, then yeah, if we do this, we can replicate them by just saying it's a different type and set its color. But it could otherwise be identical. Yeah. It's color. 2. Oh, wow. See if that, yeah, okay. By default, it'll, well, no, I haven't done anything with that yet. Just within mob body, then in mob template, we have mob template, then no worries, Drew. The advantages with a stream or something like that. You have options as far as how you want to interact with it. I call it in template is modulate color. Right. So if I set the modulate color on a mob body, it will set the sprite too. So then we go into the spawner. Instantiate the body. Mob body dot modulate color is equal to mob to spawn dot modulate color. And then if we go into our projectile mouse, our modulate color, we're going to set it to this very much pink. Ta-da! And we now have an easy way to duplicate, what is it called? I think it's palette swap. Yeah. We now have a way to palette swap our, effectively palette swap our objects. Nice. With that quick break, we will be right back. Settling back in. All right. Okay, so we have the beginnings of our catalogs. Let's add a spawner catalog. will be incentive for us to get that working because that'll break it. Modifiers are local to spawners, which is not really what we want. But it'll do for now. It'll do for now. It's all local to... If it's local to mob, is it? Yeah, it's all in the spawners. Yeah. So behaviors is part of spawners. And then let's say that that's part of movement, is positioning. There. Okay, that's a little more... It's a little cleaner. It's a little cleaner. We will have a behaviors catalog here. I'd have to have a special type of spawner, or a special type of spawn logic that checks a script. You know, at this time, spawn this. At this time, spawn this. Like after this many ticks, kind of thing. We'll cross that road when we get there. New resource, and it is an entity catalog. It's going to be our spawner catalog. Our monster spawner catalog. Have a catalog. Weapon catalog. Now, weapon is a special type of spawner. The spawner associated with that is meant to be stuck to the player, and then you mess with the modifiers and similar on it. And it can end up being very much turtles all the way down with that, is that each projectile could then have another spawner attached to it that would behave differently, or a special behavior when a collision happens, kind of stuff. might have to have a master collision happen function. Somewhere in the code that says, okay, universally something collided. Call this on this one, call this on that one, kind of junction. Okay, weapon catalog has a dictionary that will have a string key that is object weapon homing mouse. The nice thing about the weapon set is that I don't have to specify that it's like a player projectile or something like that. In theory, I won't need monster projectiles. I don't really want to have this to become a semi-bullet hell game. So that might change over time. Then in the mob spawner catalog, we have... We're just going to say blob. Object be the blob spawner. Okay. So then we go into our game script. And this is super broken now. So we get spawner from let's add some more exports here. So we have the player, we have the HUD, we have the pools, we have our floor tile maps, we have our survival areas, we have our spawner plate. So let's add art. I think there's a way to group these. We'll look into that later. It is not a node, it's a resource. It's an entity catalog. Yeah, there we go. For now, we just need monster and weapon. So then we look at our game object. Game. So our monster catalog. I'm going to rename monster catalog to monster body catalog. Then our This is actually our monster catalog. I think that's how it'll work for now. So then we go back into our script. Those will be set. Let's go to global nodes. Let's grab those from the script up here. Okay, so we have those, and then in the game, we're going to set those. Same way we're doing this here. Master catalog. Nodes. Yeah, we're going to make a new global for that. We're going to make a new global for this. So we do project settings, auto load. Catalogs. It's in globals. Doesn't inherit anything, right? Let's double check. Global node is a node. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Okay, and then in global nodes, project settings, let's double check that. It's catalogs, okay. Game script here, we'll need that. Catalogs. This. think these need to be exported, actually. Let's test it. These need to be exported. So then we can go into game and get our monster catalog, weapon catalog. Yeah. Okay. So we've got the catalogs in the game, and then we go into the script of the game into ready. I'm going to set the player. The player is relevant. Catalogs dot monster catalog is equal to monster catalog. Catalog is equal to weapon catalog. We should just be able to say catalogs dot monster catalog we just called it blob. It's not perfect. I may ultimately change this and have them all be explicit variables. Yeah, now I want to do that. Yeah. Well, let's make sure this works. Will this work? Catalog. Object. Add key value pair. Reload. Is pasta bread? I would contend no. As in the case of a lot of baked things, the method and the result of the baking determine its name, in addition to the components. In the same way that adding enough of one thing into the baking process changes it into another, the baking process can change it into another thing itself. We could look at it by reversing it, and if pasta was a bread, then bread has to be pasta. But I would contend that if you treated bread like you treated pasta, then you would only ever have, then bread could only ever be like porridge. Because almost uniformly you boil pasta. before consumption. Yes, yes, somebody will inevitably be like, but I eat dry noodles. But it's the ratios, the method of preparation, and the method of the method of creation and the method of preparation that differentiate. Yes, but salt is also a mineral, as is uranium. Uranium is not the same as table salt. Everything is made up of atoms, thus everything is everything else. Homing mouse. There should be an index of homing mouse. At least very briefly, Kebo. Okay, and then in our game object, we have monster into monster, weapon into weapon. Monster catalog. It's not storing them. Wait. How about we go the other way? Move that. Yep. Let's try one more time here. Object of our blob spawn. Add the key value pair, and we save. Go away from it, and then we look back. There is a thing in it. Okay. Our weapon catalog. Weapon catalog has homing mouse. Oh. Doop-de-doo. Entities. All right. So now that I did that, I don't like how I did that. Almost what I'd prefer to do is in catalogs, I'm going to have explicit instances of these so that instead of it needing strings, I say catalog dot, like a name, a variable name, so it auto completes. Yeah. These are arbitrary resources. There is a point of effort that you put into something that it's not too uncommon where you're like, well, I don't really like that, but we're going to live with it for a bit, you know? How we'll do this. I don't want to have to go in and manually populate it. Like, I don't want to have to go in and into the lines of code, fill it in. That defeats the point. So I think I need to define another resource type. This is our global. Will this work? Project settings. Okay, good. It is a script. It extends resource. Is a catalog. Weapon catalog. Then catalog. Feed it into a monster catalog. Okay, so then we're going to have export bar blob. Hey there, Lunar. Actually, not too far. Just a moment. I might have to instigate violence if something happens again. Mob template. Yes, okay. Once I fix all this, I can show you, but we're actually getting close to being able to do something like that, Lunar. a... Not a monster template, actually. It's possible to make that in the engine as far as we've gone. Let's see here. This is a spawner template, actually, with monster catalog. Okay, so we've got those, and then in catalogs, this is a monster catalog. This is a weapon catalog. Then in the game, monster catalog, and this is a weapon catalog. Okay, so then we are going to add new resource. A weapon catalog. Calatog. Okay, so then if we go into monster catalog, we have our blob. We have our homing mouse. Now they'll have to be referenced by their actual names in the code, but that means I'll be able to explicitly reference them once I get this loaded in. We're going to do that after a short break. I've got to check on something. Sorry. Sorry. So hello, Star. Hello, Mud. We're working on our game dev project. We started it very early today. Uh, and right now I'm working on an entity catalog setup in the game so that I can reference the things directly. So that I don't have to worry about code referencing them improperly, you know? But yes, I have my microphone turned off. Let's prefix them. Logs. It was on purpose at the time that I did it, and then I forgot to turn it back on when I came back to sit down. As is tradition. Okay, we're just going to reference it directly for the time being because it's a hassle that I can't chain it like that. So we already have the member variable for monster catalog. We don't need to grab it again. Pretty sure weapon catalog is set. Oh. Oh. It's not a scene. Weapon catalog was not populated. We're getting there. We're getting there. Spawner factory gets spawner. It wants a spawner, but it's not getting anything. Why is it not getting anything? Monster blob is not populated with the blob spawner. Let's double check the weapon spawner. The weapon catalog. Homing mouse is not where it should be. There we go. We're big enough that we do have emojis. Or do you mean like animated effects on my avatar kind of stuff? Can you clarify? Okay, now we have this. This is a catalog of spawner templates for us, which means we would be able to define them and pop them into existence. I might move. Yeah, it's fine in process. That's okay. Okay. Yeah. What if we add a function or a see, we only want it to be able to turn slightly. Like, we don't want 90-degree turns. Let's say... we want to do a slow turn. How could we inflict slow turn? What does homing movement do? 1 second. Now, we'd want to move in a straight line before we home. Let's try that. I want to see how that works. Doing the homing mouse. Move homing. So we are going to add a movement in a number. Movement behavior, move in a straight line. Use the pack scene, move in a straight line. Okay, so now we're going to limit it down. No group modifiers, no count modifiers. We're going to move to our blob spawner. It will be neither group nor count modifiers. It'll just be one blob a second. We're going to slow them down. Say 5 and 45. And 50. It needs to be slower than the blob. 50 and 25. So it's a little slower than the blob moves. Okay, you see how they kind of drift? The reason that that's happening is because they move in a straight line in their original direction, in their prior direction, a little bit before the homing happens. So they sort of slow turn. Well, thank you, Ace. I appreciate it. Somebody mentioned emojis. The channel does have emojis. For YouTube, there are channel membership emojis that are available. I don't know if that's what you were referring to, Star. Let's exaggerate that further so they can catch up with a blob. But let's see. 70 and 26. They're just as fast as a blob, but their turning radius is not going to be great. Let's zoom out to verify. At this point, one of the things we're at this point, what we're testing is just further messing with the chained logic here. Let's exaggerate that further. I just want to keep pulling this thread. That's still going to be pretty precise. Still going to be pretty precise. Well, we change that around. Straight line doesn't really change anything for us. But what if we have a movement type that looks at the last movement it made and tries to pull it back in line? We'll make it really wonky, though. We'll jitter it. So one of the things I'm thinking of right now is something to adjust the pattern of movement, the flow of movement. So this homing one is locking in very precisely. But I don't necessarily want it that nimble. Like, I want to have accuracy of homing, or pace of homing versus speed. How fast can it turn? Right now, it turns every physics angle up to... We could have an accuracy impact on it. Yeah, that kind of movement would definitely be possible. Like iterative. Huh. Yeah, I mean, I can come up with another homing modifier that is slower. Wondering if I can save effort. Because I could just have another one that's like slower homing, you know? And just iterate off of it. Like, there's home to target. And I could have something that has like a member variable in it and inherit off of it. Because effectively what we're introducing here is turn radius. And here's where things get kind of wiggly here is I wonder if I could make acceleration. But it's every physics frame we update the direction. Now, I could have a limiter in it that says how often does it update. Or, like, how many frames do you get, like, how many seconds or something like that before you get to update again. That's a possibility. How do we do? Could have it update the target, like the next one updates each direction. So this is moving homing to target. We could also have face target. And a speed. That would change the speed of homing. In theory, the way this is working right now, it can't overshoot. It perfectly aims at the target. We want it to be able to do things like overshoot a target, to have to like drift around and catch them again. Even a turn to face target is going to be instantaneous, effectively. This can 180. That's what we want to avoid. So if we do have, let's look at let's look for some inspiration here. If we look at position changes and we look at spread, this is spread shot. And it has spread angle. Hey there, Ghost. Oh, little congested today. We're adding more modifiers and seeing what the system is capable of, you know? Movement, position, spread. Eventually, we might remove movement and just have it be behaviors, but for the time being. Okay, so if that's movement, position, spread, we could inherit from that, keep all of the behaviors, but just change this number. If we override this number in the child class, this whole behavior changes. Okay. So then... how would we do a good turn toward? Because we want the fastest rotation towards the target within a max degree change. So how would we determine that with a vector? Hey there, Nugget. So you have been promoted, it would seem. Name. Event. Move. To targets. Okay, let's see. Limit as float to 180. By default, it can spin, it can reverse itself. So then how do we put that in there? Update direction. Basics, yep. Multiplication. So subtraction will get us subtraction between the two bodies will get us a vector that is pointed at it. Okay. Need so if it's 0, it's 90 degrees between them. Yeah, but it doesn't tell us which facing it is, unfortunately. Like which way we have to rotate to get to it. That's close. This might help. All right. We can use this, though. We should be able to use this. Because we only need to get to 180. But, see, we don't know which side of 180. That's the trick here. So with this, we could determine it's outside of the field of view, but we can't tell that it's outside of the field of view to the left. Don't need cross product. This is that part where you're actually using the fact that the internet exists, you know? What we want is the degrees between our current facing and the facing to the target. could get like degrees or radians off of some of these, we can run with it. Need planes. 3D collision. They're aligned. It's purely the angle between the line connecting. That's not what we want. It's relative to the x-axis. Not quite. Here we go. Here we go. Here's what we want. Angle to point. Angle to point. All right. All right. No, angle 2. Angle 2. Not angle to point. Save vector 2 is equal to Dot position dot to direction 2 target dot position target object. Local target. Okay. It's long. I'd like to change it. Hey there, Annabelle. Don't worry about it. There's not really being late, you know? If it is how you feel, then it is okay to regret missing some of the stream content, but there's no need to apologize for that. My next stream will be on Tuesday. So for me, day after tomorrow. You never be sure with some folks whether they're already in tomorrow or it's still like yesterday or something like that. All right, let's layer this. Vector 2 is equal to body to move position. Say vector 2. Let's mess over here. Direction to target is equal to target position. Dot normalized. Not a problem, Annabelle. That's why I try to stream on the weekends. Yesterday, again, being an anomaly, but it is sadly pretty common that I keep messing up my schedule. Annabelle, it is it's a practice thing. The best way to start learning it is to start trying it. There is no end to the number of tutorials you can find where you pick something and run with it, you know? Just start trying to do things. Okay. All right, so we have, this has recreated in more legible terms the update direction. But now that we've got the direction to the target and we have local target direction, first we want to say dot angle 2. Direction to target. This is, that's in radians, it said. Yeah, in radians. Is equal to, we have a function for that somewhere. Doing okay. I just needed a little extra cooldown time yesterday. Shed some stress. Okay, it should be in the spread code. There are radian to degrees. Let's find out. In 2 degrees, angle 2. Oh, but that might not be what we want. Let's find out. If angle 2 is zero and equal to turn limit. Or, oh, this is gross. I mean, technically, it's greater than 0. If it's technically 0 is not in here. We don't care about 0. It's less than 0 and it's less than, or it's greater than 0 and it's greater than. So this is the fail case. Choose. Well, do you mean right now? Right now we're coding the game. I haven't decided on a schedule for next week, but we are going to have some Ace Attorney and For Your Tranquility in there. There might be something else woven in, or maybe swapping out. Haven't really decided. How big this if statement is bothers me. I mean, some of it is the font size, but I mean, to zoom way out to get that. Is there a range? That's not what I want. Too high level. No canvas items, no rendering. Color. Random and arrange. It's pretty much this guy here then, right? That's not what we want. Nope. Okay, I think I can. I'm overthinking this. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Annabelle. I do want to branch out some of my content, but it's keeping all the stuff in the air, you know? I did find a new camera game. Yeah. Okay. It's greater than or equal to -1 times turn degrees. And there. Much more legible. So it has to be greater than the inverse and less than the actual. So it is within range. Otherwise, is less than 0. Float. Yes. Just turn the degrees. So if it is insufficient, Yeah, I got another Midnight Monitor game, so we might have to look at that. It could be a fun change of pace. Mix things up a bit more. Is equal to degrees in degree. Rotate. I don't like doing this kind of thing where you repurpose the variable towards the end, but I mean, to rotate. Oh. In radians. Okay. Okay, convoluted, but if the new vector would be, if the pivot between them would be greater than the turn radius limit, well, the turn angle limit, then we don't let that happen. So let's say you can only turn 15 degrees. Okay, Annabelle, thanks for swinging through. At our spawner homing mouse, home to target at 96. Okay. Let's zoom closer so we can actually see it. Yep. See, they have to kind of pivot. I think they do. All right, further science. Are going to do homing mouse. modifiers. So very many of them. We're going to go into our blob spawner. And we will make ever so many of them. Tell if this is actually doing what I want it to do. Okay, well, we can further science. Blobs are faster. Hey there, Bo. Doing well. Doing well. I don't know why that group of blobs isn't moving. Oh. That is one of my cats there, Bo. Let me see how many we can spot. That one is Sky. The one over to the side, near where my mouse is Ember. Oh, we have all 5 visible. Then on the tan blanket is Mason and then Sherbet. And on the pillow next to them is Sammy. So all 5. We actually have a triple. This is rare. It looks like you are over here on Twitch. You'll be able to see this. And those in the widescreen on YouTube can see this as well. Here's the closer view. Isn't that cute? We're doing our game dev stuff. Just about to wrap up, though, I think. Okay, blobs can move extra fast. Okay, yep. That's doing what I want it to. Good. No worries, Bo. Like I've told people, this is kind of a mutual learning experience. It's if you want to watch along or hear it, that kind of thing, that's good. It is very useful, Bo. It is a useful skill to have access to. And it can be fun. Okay. So we got this. This is our... We have a nice turning radius script now. We'll just set this to maximum for now. What I can do is then I can inherit this and make it slower. We can lower that number. Just like with spread, we can make child classes child classes of this and make it less accurate. Okay. If you're curious, we are making a Vampire Survivor style game. And what I'm working on right now is making it so that the weapons' behavior and looks are modular. You can see the map loading in as I run around here. there are way too many things spawning in at once, so we're seeing some visual anomalies on the edge of the screen when some of them pop in. Right over there, you can see them all kind of blur. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. We are getting there. We are getting there. I wonder. If I just hold still, will it clear them? Let's find out. What will win? Let's see. What did we do today? We are definitely getting some frame rate loss here. That's not surprising. Every second, we are creating 60 entities. All of them animated sprites, all of them moving on their own and colliding with each other. So especially that spot down there in the lower right, that's going to cause problems. That's going to cause a lot of wasted cycles here. I wonder if there would be a way to simplify the monster physics some more. Like I said, I don't want the monsters like standing on top of each other. I do want them to have like collision, but I need it to be a softer collision and I need it to have less collisions. Because this shouldn't be too many things on the screen. This many projectiles is entirely reasonable for this genre. So we are going to have to work on optimization. But yeah, we're making progress. We're making progress. Yeah. So we started a bit early today to make sure we got plenty of time to make progress again. That's good. I think that's good. So we'll see from there. We'll see where we get next time. Schedule for next week will be popping up tomorrow or Tuesday. Depends on when I get everything together. There will be at least one more coding day, and I would like to have another day of Ace Attorney in Tranquility, but we might mix something else in. I've got some other stuff I wouldn't mind trying out. Again, shake things up a bit. Get one of my camera games going again. Those are fun. But I hope everybody had fun. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, all those good buttons down there. Press them and maybe you'll see more of my streams and content in the future. In the meantime, I will see. Have a good day, and I hope to see you for the next stream.